Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's been a while since I last played, but from my remembrance, we just met the dog Toby. We're on the second day of investigation. And a whole buttload of crap happened. Right, we already talked to her about pretty much everything. Let me just orientate myself with all of these informations and all of the evidence. So in trial, we figured out that there was another balloon that wasn't part of Balloon's hot air balloon group. And most likely the body was inside, and it fell out when the balloon got exploded by a crossbow. The screwdriver is considered the deadly murder weapon that was pierced into his chest and was found on the stage. And there's someone else, the mechanic or engineer that built the machine, that most likely wanted it to seem like it failed and blame the scientist for the murder. The wax figurines still haven't made it in yet, but I'm sure that it's already like become apparent that the guy inside the freaking who was strapped in was a wax figurine. Because you can even see in this which picture? This picture. This guy looks like he's just posing as a wax figurine. I mean, the actual video that appeared at the very beginning of this did make it clear that he walked in on his own. But maybe that's just misinformation or something. I don't know. Right. Are we investigating specifically now? Right. Let's get back into it.
Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned.
Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. You know, I thought it was weird. Susato and Gina never had like a re-meet with each other or a reunion moment. It was just kind of just accepted that, oh, yeah, they're here now. They didn't even acknowledge that she was here. They just kind of accepted that Susato's back without mentioning that she was gone. Weird. All the evidence of the balloon exploded on that day of the incident. I didn't miss her. Right.
Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him. His dreams have been shattered like this. Or scattered.
Someone well and truly burst his bubble, as it were.
Got him!
Ouch. I'm a bad person. What the hell was that about? Inosuke, what the fuck are you talking about? Ah, the Crystal Tower. I wonder who blew it up.
I can't believe it. I'm seeing it with such close proximity with my own eyes.
You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Mr. Sato?
Oh, yes. When I found out that I had to return to Japan, I was afraid of my cursed luck.
But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower.
I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly.
Mm-hmm. They are not talkerable too. Got the two policemen up here.
What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like this.
Yes, unfortunately the birdcage crashed into the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis.
But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise.
Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time, the bird cages will rain down upon you all.
Your faith is much stronger than I realized.
Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yumi University? I wasn't studying it wasn't by studying alone. Good to know Naruhodo is superstitious in religion. God, my nose. I hope it doesn't come through. The stage up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it?
About 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters if you prefer. Craning your neck up to see up it. Oh my god. Craning your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it?
Yes, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing up all those stairs makes my chest hurt.
Oh dear, I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo.
Jesus, you are really just Nick in disguise, aren't you?
Oi! That's off limits up there. Try to sneak past me again and I'll stuff your gob full of boss's fish and chips.
Yes, please, I love fish and chips. I suppose we'll need special permission. Right, we need to go to Strongheart. Wait, I can do it again and get something else? Oh, okay. It's just showing that there's something else to it, but you can't do anything yet. Okay. Can I present anything to you? Soundbite is proof that in Japan I'm at least a defense lawyer. Right. Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where did it go?
Looking for this Odo?
Why did you do that?
I wonder if you got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon?
Give that back first, please.
Fucking... Can't even smile, can you?
Oh, there we go. Gina, look at this photograph.
It's amazing to look down from everything from up there. I love how he places me.
Really? If I'm honest, I can't stand looking down at the ground when I'm up high. I always have to look up.
Shame. I wanted to show you what it's like, but there ain't no point now.
Why not?
If all you're gonna do is look up at the sky, I ain't gonna be able to look down with you. Down on you. With you, sorry. I mean, I don't look down on you or nothing. If you don't want to do it, it's your choice.
I think if I would ever go up in a balloon, to be honest... I don't think I would ever go up in a balloon, to be honest. It's not in my whole life. But now I'm starting to think I might like to. Oh, Jesus. I don't even know what the implications were there. Or, well, I can assume some of them, but I don't like the ideas. She's not gonna have anything else to talk about. No, nothing else. Okay. What about the green cloth? No, she doesn't have anything to say, even though she was talking about it in court. Alright, we're done here. Let's go talk to Strongheart. I'm not going back to the Wax Museum yet, because it's yet to make any... It's yet to have any meaning to it. And I don't like diversions. Hello. You're Japanese. I can tell by the coat and the hair. Oh? Who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart?
I wonder. I've never seen her before.
God, is everyone in your family in close relations a vampire or something? Ah, the young champion of the court. You have some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh. You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science is being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensics investigation team will move on and deal with the scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now? It's scrap metal now, is it? Until later, Lord Strongheart. Oh, should I do it? She's got like a medical kind of look to her, I think. Goodness. Then again, this could be a dude. I wouldn't put it past the game. Yes, thank you. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Ooh, a coroner. She's leading the forensics investigation team and handling on this case. She was just delivering her report to the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. Delivering a report on the victim, was it? About the victim. God.
Ah, my nose. It's so bad.
Stuffed up. Maybe some tea will calm it down. Oh, I see. About Mr. Assman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite as spectacularly late anymore. What exactly is the forensics investigation team that you mentioned before? What is? Okay, good. The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science for everything it has to offer. I first created the forensics investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of the work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of the full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of the Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. Well, good to know you're completely rational about this. Good to know that we're still using a capital punishment. I intend to see it personally. by creating the finest police force in the world has ever known to protect the honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikatoba.
Oh, yes, my lord?
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand it'll arrive in the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart?
With Professor Mikatoba, I mean.
It was many years ago now, but yes, I remembered Dr. Mikatoba very well. I really hope he's a villain. It would be really interesting to see. But I have a feeling they're not going to do that because it's the father of Susato. You know, fathers really don't show up a lot in the Satanic series, do they? They usually end up being dead or villainous. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Wait, Susato's 16? Holy shit, I forgot about... Wow. I didn't even know. Mikatoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctilious... The punctiliousness. Jesus Christ, that is a fucking word, isn't it? The punctiliousness and politeness of Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikatoba studied the forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens. Man, all these characters are connected in some way. I wonder if it's gonna be an entire case.
Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. So no doubt. But I have no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikatoba was here studying the subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years?
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why? I don't think these are necessary questions, Inosuke. Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Lord Van Zeeks. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty, is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was the very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? Because his brother died, you idiot. Of course he's gonna hate criminals at that point, and most likely lead to them getting killed. When his brother, Clint Van Zykes, was murdered, it was just after young Barak had graduated from University of London and become a prosecutor, when obvious criminals who managed to evade convictions in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say whether Barak Van Zykes went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word.
So, Lord Van Zykes isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he's become a very aloof figure in the London's legal circles. Yeah, like there was the main thing we came here to talk about, being permission to investigate. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Hairbrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not the slightest! In fact, you could say I barely was aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special suspension legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Sife's team of forensics experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in letting you look at the wreckage, as long as you don't touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it, it's better than nothing.
And we'll be able to see it too. And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. That was clearly longer than 7 minutes, but okay.
We're extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium. You understand. Ah! Let's get a move on. Alrighty then. Right, the forensics laboratory. Well, before that, let's go back to the stage. Wait, hold on. Can we talk to Gina first about it? Or... Yeah, good. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with my friend here.
Ah, yes, Toby. Barf.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Sorry, I can't let you go up there, Suze.
Right, we already went through this, right? But it's changed, right?
Oh. It's like I told Dodo yesterday. I ain't allowed to... Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special
Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one. That's the why we... Only them a lot are allowed to investigate it. What they called again? The forensic something?
The Forensics Investigation Team. Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one, yeah. But isn't that the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truth with you. You're still supposed to get permission from a bigwig or other, as far as I know. What's his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah! Apparently he's been always watching the time or something. Actually, we just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go see him, he waited 3 hours for the Cove's office and came back snivelling.
Tragic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we don't touch nothing.
As long as we touch nothing. Why can't they just say as long as we don't touch anything? Why does it have to be as long as we touch nothing? I don't know. I don't even know why I'm complaining. I don't even need to freaking.
Oh yeah?
Honestly.
Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He never eats another chip again in his life. So, you still saying all this above board yet, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic.
Alright then. Them's the stairs, off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina.
Actually, we gotta go examine the stairs. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's see what and find out. And now we gotta go deal with Gregson, who's gonna be like, you can't be up here. Oh, what's this? That wasn't there before, was it?
Oh my. So this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What an extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain a research grant.
No. The professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It's amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You'd never see something as such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. I don't know, maybe history might not be so kind if you look back on it.
Oh, look, is that...
Oh, hey, you're not supposed to be here. You're supposed to be giving some sort of statement or whatever. A briefing.
Lord Van Zeeks?
So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. Really, Naruhodo? Are you really just instantly just giving in to super... I guess he is God-fearing.
But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? You mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage as long as we'd like.
Honestly, this feels a bit too long. Like, these big, like, discussion scenes here, we don't really need to be reiterating the fact that we've been given permission, because we needed to get up here and already reiterate that. So reiterating it again and again and again can be fucking annoying. She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have been her steel will. Well, before we talk to Van Zeeks, let's take a look around.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
And that's what they call the birdcage. Was right in the middle of it all. Just here.
But look, Mr. Naruhodo. The metal grill on the floor. It looks as though it's designed to open.
It does, doesn't it? If the floor had been opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage would have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Oh, isn't it exhilarating, all this different architecture from all corners of the world?
Does make you feel like a bit of an explorer, doesn't it? Oh. Was that Rena scare? No, it wasn't. Oh, it is. Okay, good. I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs they have rather caught my attention, personally.
It is very subjective, isn't it?
Japanese buildings with their wooden paper construction. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was in the making for a while. Sorry if that blew out your ears. Wooden paper construction have excellent ventilation. And I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about things are done in the other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel.
Oh yes, I do agree with you there.
I can't help but wondering what an onion does for the roof of the building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions.
You really oughtn't let your taste of vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you for that diatribe. I wouldn't really say it's all that necessary or interesting. This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing in before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage, according to what Professor Harebrain said in court, is made of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in the explosion and falling from a great height, it is relatively unharmed. What a wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I had understood that the forensic science team had taken it away to examine it. Suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work.
But sadly, not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I know that we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is an all too important piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. The wooden cage that was used for Professor Harebrain's experiment. The cage with the victim inside crashed down at the Crystal Tower. Are we able to examine it? We are. Ah, look here, Miss Susato.
Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. Suppose it's because it fell from a huge height?
Yes, from a height in which the balloon was flying down at the Crystal Tower below. Fell about 30 feet or 9 meters.
Leaving the man inside tragically dead.
Yeah, that's false, because if it was... Because it landed on his head, which is what cracked his spine. So I already found that problem. Okay. Ferris wheel first.
I hear that a ride on a Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing for young London couples.
I think the romance would be slightly spoilt by the abject terror, personally. But then, I'm not a Londoner.
Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo?
It's not that I'm scared. Not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer.
Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany me on it in that case.
When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try.
Oh dear, it is a bit complicated for you, isn't it? Make up your mind, you silly oaf.
Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. That, oh my god, I'm just screwing up every line, aren't I?
Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing?
That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had been a normal horn, none of this would have happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you?
Oh no, I would never say something like that.
Also got the air balloons. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with the terminal handballs floating in the sky. Those Tamari.
You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here.
Sorry. The feeling of wanting to ride in one and wanting to never set foot in one are finding it out inside me.
But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall on from the stage.
I don't think I'd notice. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging.
I think you should make peace with the riding in one, Mr. Naruhodo. It'd really be much safer that way.
Okay. I think that's everything besides the man himself. Least approachable man in the world's winner. 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, didn't mean to do that.
Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you.
Lord Van Zeeks? I'm gonna push you off this thing. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear when I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read signs.
Oh, I read them.
So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Ah, well, the thing is...
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me. Never mind, state your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things that I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Hey, remember that time when your brother died? Can we talk about that? I'm so gossipy today.
Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try.
Oh, I feel like I already know. Let's start off with the hard thing then, I guess. So, Clint. Was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks? You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no. It's nothing like that. Well, alright, it's a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was a pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? Is there more to it then? Lackluster work is your much your trademark, isn't it? Lackluster work that's beaten you multiple times now. A ridiculous amount of times, in fact. Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what is your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that comes to our attention. Are you aware of Madame Tuspel's museum waxwork by any chance?
I am. I am. Naturally. I believe that since last month, I featured in one of the displays there for public scorn. Of course the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have been exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork? Which? Wait, you mean? Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He turned as white as a sheet. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier.
Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was a tall, thin gentleman with straight white hair and wears a monocle.
I think it's possible. Is it possible that he was the one who shot? It's a bit too weird because he's got a white suit on, right? So, yeah. Then again, so I was just wondering. I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but
We'd very much appreciate any clues you can give us.
wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here in the investigation 10 years ago. Whoa! This is a cool dude. Though it appears that he's already had a black monocle at the time. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. All we need is that man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means I will have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in short time available. So why wouldn't I show you this photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Photograph of Mr. Drebber has been entered into the court record. I'm going to take a look at that a little closer. Oh my god, it's you. But this is probably going to be important. The cross. Gold Town. Goldstown. Got top hats and hats. Everyone wears a hat. Ah, the file I've requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Oh, she sees it too. Are you alright?
Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too.
Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak to your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why?
See ya!
Jumps off the wall.
Kazuma-sama!
Yeah, it was kind of obvious at one point. Kazuma? I don't believe it.
Your Your posture, your presence. I can't be only be. It can only be you. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? See ya! But wait! Too late. What's going on here? Why am I out of the loop? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well,
Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall having you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
But he didn't tell you why, did he?
That man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia?
Tomorrow he will be in court at my side.
What?
He is to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us. Against us? What?
Now then, unless I'm mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I definitely saw the reaction there. And when Susato called out like that, it seemed to hit a nerve. She called out Kazuma-sama. Well, at least they're not, like, hiding that for a long time, because, let's be honest, it's not that difficult to figure out with the way that he was sitting at that desk inside Lord Van Zeek's room. The fact that there was that whole thing about his body never being found, and then they talked about, maybe he isn't dead. And she was like, no, don't even mention it, because I don't want to hope that he isn't. Only to find out that he is. Oh my god, he isn't! Whatever. Very easily telegraphed, and at least they're getting it out of the way now.
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. Yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office.
I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, that means Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. Well, you're going to have to leave now. The forensics investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affair problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Susato.
Of course.
Hello. Nothing else from you, right? Oh. Okay, so we can go through this again. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh my god, we're going through the exact same thing, but it's changed again. Oh, no, yeah, it changed. Hold on. Apparently we can't take a look around the stage now because the forensics investigation team are at work. Can you do anything, Gina? In your capacity as Inspector Lestrade?
Look, I'd like to help you out. But I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do.
When it suits you, yes. Take care. Okay, where are we gonna go then? Because we can go to the forensics lab, we can go to the wax museum again to see possibly Sherms. We can go to prison. Let's go to the prison. Talk to Hairbrain. Oh my goodness. I guess it makes sense. Why did he get the chalk there? What's he doing? I guess since we've essentially proved that his machine was a big ol' phony, he really wants to fix his mistakes and prove that his hypothesis is correct.
Oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations.
And he's still writing more now. Professor? Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? Who is this?
I need to remember to do the German this, das, va, and stuff like that.
My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here has upset you.
I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised I would in court this morning.
No. The whole
Who? Wait, I'm trying to remember what I do with the freaking W's.
the whole thing, miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Hairbrain, what have you been writing on your cell? Oh! You mean that? Oh, how embarrassing.
Would. Right, okay.
I was suddenly struck with an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had at hand.
Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
No, actually, this is my autobiography. Your autobiography? How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. I found that I can represent odd fortunes and only odd numbers in the numerous sets of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took out for the kinesis machine, you see. So, it's going to be a new serial publication for next month, part 1. An odd birth and odd upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case?
Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fizzled by the pair of them. By Assman, by the Loof engineer Drebber.
We're not going to have to sift through an explanation of these equations, are we? Well, before we even talk, I do want to present... Oh my, no. I want to present the picture. Professor Harebrain, what do you make of this? I'm not interested. Oh, come on, he has nothing to say? It's his invention, it's a picture of Drubber. Come on, buddy, pal, friend of mine. Okay, this morning's trial. Everything I believed in has been turned onto his head. My research, Mr. Assman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There's really no other way. No, it is not your fault. Nein, it is not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized... something. Oh? If you have done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you are aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. That's actually a pretty reasonable stance to take. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution's establishing its case. 9-9! Barak would not do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now. Why it was he decided to take the prosecution in my trial, I mean. Then Zeke's motivation. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutors have taken the case, if anyone other than Barak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, it would have been declared a fraud. You would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly. Which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barak insisted that I was a proper man of science, from the start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well, indeed. He's extremely kind-hearted soul. But that's extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? I mean, his job is to do it. Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit into the kind-hearted soul idea? Still can't prove that he's actively choosing to get people killed. Okay, Assman. You've yet to make your appearance. Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem very likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financer. When he looked over the paper I'd written with my work would benefit all humanity, he must be pursued. And said my work would benefit all of humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so empathetic. But in reality, it was a mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception.
Our young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have the money. We all want to do the research, but we can't afford it. Many of us would take on barely legal pastimes to work, to try to earn a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all that, only to be taken for a complete fool? It's too rotten to believe.
It is, I agree. That's why we have to find who's responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Assman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Is he the engineer, or a magician, or a swindler?
It's about a year ago when Mr. Assman first brought Mr. Drebber to meet me in my laboratory. Since then, I'd seen him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine.
But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist?
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There was no question that the man was a true, genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us about his whereabouts? I'm sorry. We have only discussed the kinesis machine. Nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop.
What workshop?
Drebber's enormous financial laboratory, where he'd constructed my great machine.
Bro.
Why haven't you mentioned this before?
Enoch Drebber's workshop? There's every chance we could find the man there.
Oopsie poopsie.
So you've been to Mr. Drebber's place of work then?
Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance we'll find Mr. Drebber there.
Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry.
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
They blindfolded you? You wasn't taking any chances then.
The place was incredible. The pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A simple French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of the imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget about the secret formula and use that instead. That.
What do you think, Miss Susato? The machine for your next birthday?
I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure if I'd like to start with that. I suppose you don't know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example?
The man was clearly very cautious, Miss Susato. He surely wouldn't have... Aha! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look. What? Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? An Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No? Oh well, can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Secret message. I mean, there's smudge on the back. Dark smudge here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil?
Yes, possibly. Professor Harebrain did mention something about oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specifically imported from a very high quality oil. That's impossible to obtain in Britain, is it?
That's right, but more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me for a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry, I expect that that's just because there's just such a tiny amount there. Okay. This is clearly handwritten, drawn, but there's the cross and a negative sign. Well, that's everything. Cheers, my boy! Well, actually, nope, we can't examine his writings. Well, whatever. Whatever. I guess let's go to the forensics laboratory. Meet with this new person. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, God, those torture machines. Jesus Christ. God, what is the deal with body parts just being displayed in jars? That happens way too often in stuff. Oh my God, taxidermy owl. I really hope it isn't. I just hope that thing's alive and it's just being very calm and simple. Or a statue. I can't believe that. This is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. Scythe. That's how I am pronouncing it anyway, Scythe. The chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty to assault the eyes from in here too.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we might as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Susato. We could just have a look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Torture implements! A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it when you put them side to side that they become so horribly disturbing?
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing a large tome that opens on the desk does make me wonder, though, how anybody can concentrate on bookwork with this acidic odor of chemicals in the air.
You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution, or you'd a really terrible sense of smell. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
That's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh yes, there actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals in here sometimes.
That cannot be clean in any way. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like the pickled umeboshi plums. I didn't mean to do that. We bake back home.
Ah, Father has had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs for preserving in a preserving solution. Probably examples of rare medical conditions.
Mr. Sato, there's some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never knowing about. Ever.
Oh,
So, as I said, I'm sure they're just fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they?
of course.
Stop turning your eyes away from the truth, Naruhodo. Also, goddamn, there's no music going on here, huh?
That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know, and they haven't twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruto.
God damn it. Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself that they were just sleeping with their eyes open. Jesus, me and Naruto are on point here.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to have put something like that, like your Dorama doll on display in the office instead.
Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are really skilled, aren't they?
Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruto?
Miss Susato, can't you tell I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope!
I'll be sure to remember from now on.
God, you come back, and already you're fucking forgot everything I do. Always up on my ass about everything.
I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk.
Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this.
It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Imagine how efficiently she must work.
Lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes. The chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves.
Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose.
I can't just about cope with one-eyed Demurg. I can just about cope with one-eyed Demurg doll watching over me, but that's about all. Okay, that's pretty much everything. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. No, it's the book. Tiny little thing on the table. Look at this big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a recording from the forensics investigation team spending... I think?
Oh.
Oh?
What is it?
It's clear the team purchased various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too.
It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. And they could... What could they possibly be using them all for? It's almost as if that's a fake entry and the money's actually going somewhere else.
What are you doing? Ah! Oh no!
Another Van Zeek's character. Sorry, we're just wanted to ask you, but we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so...
So you thought you could snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want?
Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body, Mr. Asmon's body, I mean.
So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you about our investigation, what our investigation revealed. But when you're done, you must leave immediately.
Or maybe I should go into a more monotone voice.
But when you're done, you should leave immediately.
She definitely doesn't show a lot of immersion. Maybe that's a better option then. Okay.
So, what is it you want to know about the forensics investigation team, determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Hassman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amidst an explosion. And Mr. Assman, who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without a question one and the same person. That's what the team's conclusion.
But that can't be right.
If it were an elaborate trick, we could only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as one person had been switched places, couldn't they? Very true. But sadly, in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared were the same person. Fingerprints at the scene made it very quite evident.
Ah, fingerprints.
They're not yet officially recognized as forensic science evidence in a British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, that would mean that instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions.
Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to another. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Oh my. Oh my.
Mama? What is this?
Ah! Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama?
This is a lawyer, dear. Oh.
Hello, nice to meet you. Pleased to meet you. Hey, Thompson AN. Thanks for the follow. Huh.
Mama! Yes. Can I cut this one up?
What? Oh my goodness.
I've never seen the inside of an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like inside. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear. Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse.
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Well, before I leave... So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor?
Keeping a close eye on things, so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office.
Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible.
Yes, you.
She doesn't mince words, Miss Susato.
I think perhaps it's time we left.
I love you too. Okay. So, the last place we've really got is... Madame Tuspel's talked to Sholmes about his whole pretending Kazuma was dead. Well, and the juror has disappeared now. Or woken up. Makes sense, I guess. 23rd October, Madame Tuspel's.
Oh my. No wonder it's called the House of Terrors.
Same thing.
It's like to turn on... I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but... There's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere.
Oh, right, they haven't seen each other either. That's strange. You should be investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, could come back later, I guess. Okay, let's actually have a look around of Susato then. Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you know it's going to be terrifying, don't you?
There's a sign that says that Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. It's the special exhibit. It seems that you have to pay extra to go inside.
I know. Can you believe that? Pay more money, as if we haven't been scared enough already.
It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo.
The hand has been moved. Is the gender swapped Jack the Ripper? Because everyone wants to fuck a serial killer, right?
Oh, what a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in a grisly act.
I know. And in case you were wondering, it's the one with a big knife that was supposed to be the killer.
I don't think anybody else would have doubted that, surely?
And did you know, according to the description, the bathtub in the back has no particular significance?
What? Really? I would have thought that it meant to show the killer had worked in a bathhouse, peddling the criminal's wares.
Ha! You have a new theory. Well... This is just a nice little pleasant talk with Susato. Oh, he isn't here. That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though.
I'd understood that London had a population of 6 million people, and yet... You do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you?
Yep. That's what we call game creators not wanting to make a ton of different characters. Because that's an entire character's sprite work and whatnot.
This one's posture reveals his weakness.
Sorry?
The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally, a Susato smash.
Right.
And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, the Susato Slam should finish him.
A Susato Slam?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate.
Absolutely not. A woman attacking a man for comedy's sake is never really all that funny. No matter how much you try to make it a thing, Susato. If I did the same to you, we both know that the entire world would have a problem with it. Okay, back to the suite. Or not? Okay. What have we got to go to then? I want just test spells. I can't go do anything in the place. Gina, can you do anything about this? Oh, wow. About this, Gina.
Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment.
Oh, she's still learning to read.
I only know A to E, so it ain't too much bleeding trouble. So if it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? There's just some dirty old smudge on the back, that's all.
Oh, right. Use the dog to find out. Of course. That's actually pretty smart.
It turns out that there's a very high quality French medicine oil.
Mechanical oil, fuck.
It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say? Let's have a whiff then. You sure? Cats don't smell nothing.
No, we didn't mean you should smell it.
Oh, right! You mean Toby?
Barf. His sense of smell is so good, he can track people over oceans, can he?
Professor Harebrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
Barf. I think he's picked up the scent.
So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to the Dodgy Cove's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. All right then. We'll give it a good go. I'll just borrow that.
What? Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket.
If I can lead everyone to the Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before the next week.
You can't even read, Gina. Come on. Ugh, Jesus.
Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson.
Right then, Odo. Leave it to me.
Sorry?
We're gonna get going after that dodgy Engineer's Cove. Right this minute.
Yo.
Hey, Marco.
But, hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We need to move on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. I ain't gonna be the one who gets in the neck. He'll be the boss.
Poor Gregson. Again.
Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have you? Come on then, me boy. See you later. I do hope that scent of the oil leads them to the swindler's workshop.
I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. True. That's where the oil comes from. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the
Late
whereabouts
because
of the
I had work
Drebber.
and my sister took my phone. By the way, fuck you, sis.
It's okay. You did miss an interesting pair of characters. Not this guy. This guy's the guy we're trying to find. Ironically, he's got a profile now. This woman and her daughter, who wears a gas mask or a plague mask, and they're essentially morticians, coroners. They cut up dead bodies, and her daughter was very adamant about cutting up ours because she was wanting to see what was inside an Eastern man. So yeah, things have been pretty crazy. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby wouldn't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at
I've already
point?
made a treat to her in a letter.
Huh. A treat.
We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yeah, it's quite possible that he knows something useful, you're right. We'll have to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working as a temporary waxwork
Not going to
exhibit.
give it to her though.
Ah. I see. Well, sounds like she deserves a bit of foul play.
Yes, Iris told me all about this. His latest universal venture.
We also learned this guy, Susato came and very much identified this guy as Kazuma. So we've essentially both Naruhodo and Susato have come to the fact
By
that
the
this
way,
guy is Kazuma.
Why did TDS read treat as treat?
Because I'm not sure what the word means myself. Treath. Are you saying threat or something? Because if you're trying to write threat, it's THREAT. Threat. Anyway, now we can go to Spells and meet Sholmes. Go ahead and talk about him lying about our closest friend being dead.
Thrift. I don't know how to spell it.
Here you go.
Threat.
There you go. That's it. TH makes the th sound.
Okay, I got it.
You were close there. I had a feeling that that's what it was. Eh. Alright.
Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to this place yet. I'd still like to turn my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course.
Sato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she?
Ah!
What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo, look at the waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before.
There he is.
It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail.
Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that is a temporary waxwork. The temporary waxwork himself.
Ah, friend of my dedicated employee.
Oh, yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I am quite spellbound by by the great detective. He is a marvel. This... My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery has been solved.
I'm trying not to do a German Zis, but like French accent is kind of more difficult to do on account that it's I don't know. Je suis Zuki. I don't know. Wow, Mr. Sholmes, you really can engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes.
His habitual duties? Alors, do not disturb.
Oui, croissant. I don't speak French.
Oui, oui.
I mean, I remember I had to learn a bit of French in secondary school. And I've forgotten most of it. There's the... Je m'appelle... Your name. And then... Oh God, I can't remember how to say how old I am. Je déteste, j'adore. It's like, I love and hate.
That's me with German LUL.
Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. Okay.
We really do need to speak to Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he?
He's really... Yep, okay. I think you'll find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh? What do you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective of waxwork, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Yep. Susato-san! Susato-san! Didn't have a falling animation, but we definitely heard it. Oh, fuck. My most humble apologies.
I thought I died and gone to the eternal paradise for a moment there, via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not a lot of questionable street food quality. Wait, did he say deduction? He did.
I don't understand. Why were you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely as a nice secret identity, you mean? You understand? Though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved?
We've taken about... we're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I may partake of a pie proverbial, or otherwise. Any food so far today would, for that matter. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do you remember when I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh yes, a most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, we only
I'm in
the
so
imperial
much pain
capital
right
have
now,
a handful
star
of
to
other
7
cities are connected to it yet.
You're in pain? Damn. If I had to guess, that's probably because of your work, right? This morning, the telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork had returned. Really? Oh, didn't mean to do that. That's amazing. Ba, 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 ba. I don't know what could possibly be wrong with you then. In so much pain for whatever reason. Just between you and I, it would appear that the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps. The ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
Shit on my entire life, why don't you? A fact I must ask you to keep away from Madame Taspel's at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits for my return at Baker Street, after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? You're calling yourself great. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. No?
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Jebber. He's a swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite an modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with a considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we only have a few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no idea yet. It is a capital mistake. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has had. Oh my god! Before one has the data. Blech. Random weird vomit in my mouth. I need to wash it down with tea. Alright. If I knew something about the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, I presently have little to occupy myself, and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I would gladly give you my thoughts on it. So, you're gonna talk to me about how you faked death. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Narhodo, stay that piercing glare. What is this all about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear.
So then, let us unravel this mystery
And discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder. And you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed. And wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim Kazuma Asagi. You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume that I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere at the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless. I don't suppose a performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh my, that performance. I could believe the crewmen present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that's all I can say. Well, I guess we're leaving it at that then. I know everything, but I won't tell you nothing. Funny, isn't it? Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. Enoch Deber, the face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at this photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you all right, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes. Forgive me. Very interesting, yes. Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden.
God, everyone is just full of mystery beans.
The whole right side of my head hurts from when I was at the dentist, and that was on Wednesday. I hear ringing in my right ear, can't feel my right eye even though I'm crying from it at the moment, and my tooth hurts starna 7 cry.
Holy fuck. So I'm guessing you got that numbing thing. Anesthetic? I'm not sure if it's called anesthetic. It's what they do to like completely like nullify the feeling in your entire mouth. And then it comes back. At least that's what I feel like it might be. But if you're actually feeling pain. Jesus. I hope it gets better soon. I hope you feel better soon. Yes. If it is hurting a lot, I'd suggest just trying to get some rest and just giving yourself time to sleep. The moment you can ignore it is probably the best time, right? The best thing to try and do is trying to get to a point where you can ignore the medical pains. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when we arrived. Ah. Well, hopefully that'll help out. As soon as I explained it to you when you arrived, this missing waxwork had returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh, yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Oh. Is the professor gonna just so happen to be Enoch Drebber? Oh god, it is. Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-at-a-time price. One-time only price, you understand? What? Well, the opportunity won't come again, might I add. You won't be able to... Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well... We do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is very reasonable, 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need to only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point.
Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind those curtains. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. And back to a wax figurine you go.
Well, the money was spent, so let's go see the special exhibit.
And... through those heavy curtains at last. Oh, there he is. Yep. We're not gonna bother with him though. Let's go. 5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention the demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors.
Inspector Gregson does come off rather well in that list, I think.
Let's go! And drum roll, please. Oh my god.
Oh dear, I feel a shivers run down my spine as soon as we walked in here.
Miss Susato! I say you turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We've already paid 5 shillings already.
True. But we found Drebber. Actually, now I'm looking at it a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else at this place.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant by what he said, that the case was largely solved.
Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied that there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? I also need to quickly open up a thing that'll give us the new most recent follower who followed this stream today, Thompson. Booshk. There you go. Since we played 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato's voice tremble?
Is this part of the exhibit? It's just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
And he has a rather large shovel in his hands too. Look!
Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail? Uh-oh. Yep, that's the man. God damn it.
What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth is the man doing with that shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night?
Miss Susato.
Yes? That's a spade, isn't it?
Oh my god, we're bringing this back?
No, it's a shovel.
No, shovels for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel.
No. Although, we haven't considered trowels.
We have allowed ourselves to become distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what this man was doing with the implement.
So we're going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What this man was doing in the graveyard is the real question. He's got a camera. What's this here?
It appears to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it to probably be a camera.
A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholm's skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholm's inventions as exceptions to that rule. But anyway, why would the man in the graveyard at night be at the graveyard with a camera?
I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment the dead body came back to life, back as a ghost on film?
I'll just borrow this for a little while, I think.
Okay, I guess we're stealing it.
By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
What's a photographic plate?
A piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
Should see yourself, Susato. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Well, I can't look yet. Let's take a look at the lantern. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Why is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese Kotrin paper lantern, actually, isn't it?
Lamp, lantern, Kotrin. The point is, it can cast very little light to be walking alone in the graveyard at night, only with this.
Well, I certainly couldn't.
Well, I certainly couldn't do it.
I'm not sure I would visit the graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest.
And if you ask what kind of a threat letter, I made a suicide letter as a treat, and I have lots of them to be able to manipulate or get someone in trouble.
Jesus, Maka. I hope you're not actually, like, being serious about suicide.
Yes, I am quite the crazy fellow.
Right. You're saying that you're using a suicide letter to manipulate. Right. So in like a crazy evil sense, not serious. Goodness. Can't quite see his face very well, can you?
Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think we should be handling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Let me guess, the heads can like be interchanged. And there he is.
Ah! What on earth? How can...
I don't believe it. A black monocle?
Mr. Naruhodo, Is it possible that the man is...
Yes. It's Enoch Deber. Only a younger version of him because he's got white hair now. The color of his hair is different.
The color of his hair is different, but...
It's unmistakably him. Okay. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe.
Yes, that's right. But who is this man? Why is he here on this exhibit?
And why does the convict behind him not have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then, the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved with my words, I believe. So I must locate the missing head to the suit. As Madam would say. Oh, I'll be grave troubled. There'll be grave trouble. A very hungry Iris will be awaits my return to Baker Street. Preferably with rations. Ah!
Do you know, though? Something about this room is strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, it displays the House of Horrors as supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely could never have really happened, could it?
Dot 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 dot. I think it's time I educated you a little. About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Huh? Well, before that... Gotta take a look-see inside the camera. Bam. Oh look, the cover came open.
Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with a new photograph that you'd want to take, you see.
Is something wrong?
There's no plate. It's been removed.
Ah, what a pity. But I suppose that if you think about it, this wouldn't actually be an actual camera that was used at the time. It would, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we never found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway.
Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course.
Poor Susato-san. She looks so devastated. Silly old Sato, Sususutu.
Oh, and I'm serious since I have a failed attempt. I've been struggling with depression for a really strong time and I keep finding reasons to live and some to die, since I get bullied by my friends, family, and random people at times, yet I meet some amazing people I want to talk with more, making me be stuck in this loop of peace and suffering.
Goodness gracious. I am no professional. I've never really dealt with that kind of stuff before. So, the only thing I can say is that I hope whenever you hang out with me, you're having an alright time, or it's just nice or peaceful. That's all I can really provide, because I'm not in any way equipped with any kind of experience to deal with those kind of feelings. So as long as you're alright and having a decent time here, that's the most I can do.
You're cool. You make my day better.
Thanks for that, Maka. You're cool too. You make the stream feel better. And in ways I do every so often hope you come around, even for just a small moment to chalk. What a wonderful machine.
What a wonderful machine.
You really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely resistible.
Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells me all the time. Tells the time by rumbling through his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch.
Poor Professor Mikotoba. Huh. Well, we got a blood stain.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
What is it?
On the bellows, just here. There seems to be some very dark stains.
Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually.
Oh my.
I'm sure that's not what you're thinking. Hey. This is gonna get this is getting very crazy in the amount of stuff that seems disconnected to one another. Okay. We also want to look at the headless convict.
This must be the killer. The fiend known as the Professor.
It's okay.
Yes, I think
I like
so.
the streams, the unique essence and your personality.
Duh. I always try to provide something different. I think maybe next Tuesday, I think I'm probably gonna maybe play Distraint 2. I might even want to make a video on the first Distraint, like an actual full-on review video about what I thought about the game and what it provides, because it was a very interesting experience. The message was very interesting, and you could take it in multiple different ways, but ultimately come down to the same conclusion. Greed kills.
Wait, you beat Distraint yesterday?
Yep. Completely all... the first one, that is. Got to the end and I saw the conclusion to Price. I think it was like a 2.5 hour stream. I figured I shouldn't start the next one since I'm probably going to be
watch the VOD.
Yeah. One second. Scratch. Alright. Yes, I think so. Oh, God, my throat. Tea. Wonderful. Yes, I think so too, according to what Miss Madame Tuspel said. He killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood.
And the waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? It's like the models of this place.
I have a feeling that the head of this character is actually supposed to be on this character. The heads are exchangeable, right? That's going to be a thing. I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine in a little more detail. Hey, a little more detail, huh? So this is where this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor.
Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But it's unable to find peace. He emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Do you have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Susato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. That's metal fitting for it. See?
Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it?
That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it?
Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum.
That would be an extremely absent-minded thief.
Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned?
Well, whatever the reason. It means that we don't know the faiths of the infamous professor one looked like, do we? Yeah. Is it going to be someone we've already met before?
Oh.
Time to test your bilingity LUL.
Bilingity. You may test me all you wish. There's something caught inside the convict's jacket there. Looks like a piece of broken glass.
Do the Allah camo milkar je suis a malade nce moment, je deteste aussi les cours de maths et les devoirs de maths.
Okay. It's clearly got a lot to do with je déteste assist le course de maths. It's most likely you hate the maths course that you're on and maths in general. You wish you didn't have to do it. You're in a car at the moment. Possibly on your way home? That's at least what I'm assuming what that means. You're on your way home in your car at the moment. You hate the course maths and you wish you didn't have to do it. It looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece, too. Very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than any window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass come from, I wonder? Could have been made thick to increase the strength? But why? Well, perhaps...
You got it halfway right and messed up when you said car not like this.
Oh. Halfway right. Honestly, that's more than I thought I would be. I was certain on the maths part, but yeah. When I see those words, I was just like, caramel
Here's the
car?
translation from French. I made myself some chamomile tea for I am quite sick at this current moment. I also hate math class and math homework.
Ah. I see. Right. Damn. I can see how I could have possibly gotten to that point, but car really just automatically like smacked me in the face of like, yep, that's a car. Can't be anything else. Because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as a big building, for example. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass buildings recently, haven't we? And some glass was broken too.
You don't mean...
Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition.
Why would the glass from the glass tower be lodged inside a waxworks jacket?
It makes you think, doesn't it? Almost as if the wax figurines are what are being used. Herp derp derp derp. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis system experiment was a trick. And now we discover the fragments of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Huh. Alright, let's Wait a minute. What about the owl? What do you mean? The owl is always looking, always staring, always upset. It doesn't matter if they're here in Britain or in Japan. Graveyards are scary.
Now I come to think of it, it's the first time I've been to a British grave. According to what I've read, the customs in Britain is to bury the dead as if they were, without cremation.
What?
But if you do that, you might accidentally bury people
If
while
you
they're
were
still
in
alive.
Croatia and say car like car, it would mean you're saying Lord.
Ah. Interesting. My car. You might actually be burying people while they're alive.
I'm not sure that would be worse than accidentally incinerating people while they're still alive.
I think we can both agree
CAR.
that it's best not to still be alive when our time comes then. K-S-K-R. S-R. Sar. Sar. K-R. Well.
Yay, you got it?
Well, let's get this talk over with. Resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little bit about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one of them either being a member of the aristocracy or royalty. God, the word almost missed me there. All were attacked by numerous hunting hounds that had had their throats ripped from their bodies.
Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful.
After taking the life of this 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was the case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain. You understand
Wanna
accordingly.
hear a joke? I can't promise it will be good though.
I got the time to hear a joke. You always got time to give me a joke. So lay it on me. The professor was tried in the closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity... As you surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made clear to the public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried at a grave at Low Great Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison that he was held.
Male bees die after mating, that's their whole life. Honey, nut, Cheerio.
Cheerio. Cheerio! So, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean... It never really comes to mind because bees have that hive mind stuff, right? So, like, there's only one queen bee amongst them all. Well, whatever. That is the point of bees. They vomit honey. They nut, and then they say goodbye. That or they do it prematurely by finding some random blurk and shoving their ass into them. And then pulling their ass out. And all their organs with it. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh?
The very night he was buried, the convict man came back to life.
Came back to life?
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlight graveyard. The moonlit.
There's
exhibition
also
there
a specific type of
depicts
bee that
the
they give the
very
title
scene.
high enough to just have sex with the queen and die lul.
I mean, hey. If you're gonna die a very short life, right? A lot of people would rather go out doing what they love. And I'd say a lot of people love nutting their last nut. Ugh. Not only that, but the queen's gotta be, like, larger than them, right? So it's like... Damn. Fucking royalty right there. Who wouldn't, right? You know, in the context, not actually would you fuck an actual insect. The exhibit here depicts the very scene as described by the sole witness of those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber? He saw it happen? Wonderful. It's good to know that he was a fucking crazy person who went on to be a killer too. The young witness. So this waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor had been gibberetted and buried,
When you
emerged
said
from
the
his
queen was
grave at the
bigger
end of the
than, that
night.
reminded me of a story my friend told me.
Oh? I'm worried it'll end up being quite lewd. But then again, nothing ever isn't. If you have the right mind, anything can be lewd. The sole witness to the unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
So horrifying.
What is he now? 'Cause he's got white hair. 35 and he's got white hair. Jesus Christ, dude, you peaked very early on. Jesus Christ. Or he's trying to play Sephiroth.
That's so horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen, he had said to have turned his hair white overnight. Ah, yes, shown as in the photograph we have of him. His hair is completely
The story
white.
was of how he lost his virginity to a girl that was 6'4" and he is 5'9".
Wow. It is said that women typically prefer guys that are taller than them. But when you're a tall girl, you don't have many options, do you? So, it's not that surprising. Although it's rare. For the following few days, the story was
We joked
of
with
what
him by
I've
saying,
seen
you
was
climbed
on every
Mount
front of the
Everest to
cab
fuck
full.
it?
Climb Mount Everest to fuck it. Wow. I mean, must be good if it's worth it. If it's worth all the hassle, right? The public was frantic from every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you see, the exhibit was even created here at Madame de Spell's.
I can't quite imagine why the man's hair would turn white, certainly. I can understand why, but what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing there in the first place. A lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
I also got another joke which is as long as the army one I told you.
Ah, right. That one was quite long, wasn't it? Unfortunately, the longer a joke is, the harder it is to conclude. Nevertheless, if you feel like it's interesting or funny one, by all means, tell. Ah! Yes, what was he up to? Following the execution. The professor sleeps... Ugh, what the fuck am I saying? The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abound. Rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon for murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact of the case must have had. But at the time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did the talk of a shocking witness account of the convict who came to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as the preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
Because they didn't want to. Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of. It was an established fact. What do you mean by no resurrection?
A guy had to drive the Pope somewhere in LA. When the Pope came, he asked if he could drive. The man was hesitant but went ahead. The Pope was driving at 150 kilometers per hour and a cop pulled them over, splitting it in two parts.
I don't know how you could go 150 miles an hour. I don't know how you could go that fast. Or where that's available to you. I guess on super long treks between cities. Oh, wait, did I even read that one? The police investigated the grave at Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No.
But that would mean Mr. Trevor must have lied to the police in the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man sequentially vanished from society and nothing had been heard of him since. It's rather striking then that he should resurface now, don't you think? Okay, that's my prediction now is that Drebber was killed. The convict got out of the grave and instantly killed Drebber, put him back into the grave, and hid in his new life. That's what I think. It's rather striking then that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. It's impossible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if it really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an in-and-out lie.
Ah! What the bleeding order, Odo? What have you gone and done?
Gina, what are you doing here?
I asked Iris, and she said, where'd you been? So, Gina, not so loud in the museum.
Madame Tespels will have to take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern.
I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared.
You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina?
What brings me here?
When he
What do
came
you
to the
think?
window, he radioed his chief and asked if he could arrest a important person. The chief said they were going 150 kilometers per hour. Arrest them, I don't care. The cop said, but they're a important person. Chief asked, is it a politician or a performer? No, much more important. Who is it? I don't know, but the Pope is driving them.
Huh. Chief said that they were going. I don't care. Cop said that they're an important person. Chief asked if it's a politician or a performer. They said no, much more important who it is. I don't know. But the perp is driving them. Oh, I get it. The perp is driving, so the person in the passenger seat must be more important than a perp. Right, I get it. That's more interesting than funny, I'd say. Ugh.
We found it. We found the Dodgy Cove's workshop.
What? You found Trevor's workshop?
Yep. Toby's nose took me right there. And Boss and the others are heading over there now as in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right then, see you there.
Oh. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still.
What?
I
Let me
know
pet
my
him.
place. In the exhibit over there.
Please.
Sorry, Dogger's not on screen anymore. I think they left already. Also, we're getting into a case where where apparently a dog was used to kill people by tearing out their throats, which is ironically a similar thing to a case that happened in the
No.
Investigations 2, I believe.
Why?
But more of like there's a character that resembles that kind of thing. We might see him sooner or a little later in time. Who knows?
Oh dear, someone's feeling sorry for himself.
Imogene Toby killed them, lol.
Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have to me pay monstrously. Recompose and Iris' dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. There's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost. From Mr. Sholmes, then.
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Miss Susato. Right, let's go. Off we go. I have a feeling we're gonna find a body or something. 23rd October in Trevor's workshop. Wow.
That looks like... Oh, another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Indeed, it would look to, it appear so. Although it's only a prototype, naturally.
Ah, so you got here then.
Oh, the dog's back.
Gina, well done for finding this place. In such little time, you've really worked miracles. It's Toby here who's a miracle worker.
Barf. Hold on, let's see if I can do something here.
Let me pet him, please.
I'm gonna go ahead and do something for you, Marco. Gonna take me a moment there.
Please, Gina. I beg of you.
Okay. Let's see if I can do this. Ah, it's not transparent. Hold on. I can do this. I can do this. Fucking said transparent on it and everything. Chroma. Oh god. This is so much more work than it usually should be. This is me like doing a really awkward attempt here. Okay, that's the closest you're gonna get, little pet. Little pet the dog. Pet, pet. There you go, Marco. The dog's being pet. I wonder if I can actually get a better one. I wonder if I can actually try and get a better one. Nope, I can't. Doing an actual... Getting it, like, transparent would be freaking a pain. Nevertheless, there you go. The doggo has been pet. We'll put it up every time the doggo shows up. Thought you guys would show up before long. What the hell is going on with your eyes? Hello, Inspector. That is one knitted brow. Looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips.
So, Inspector. So, Inspector, is there any signs of the engineer?
Sadly not. We have to find a soul in here. We didn't find a soul in here.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina told me, we've only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris and with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensics team are on their way here as we speak. Try them again. I imagine that you've got a picture now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellows, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to the great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Drexen. Very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find here. My. Got a trophy? Ah, this appears to be the most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, would you say? It's an interesting looking back massager, that's for sure. I have no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, Your aches and pains should go away. The fuck are you talking about? It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist would wish for no higher honor. Would you like a massage?
If they put
No,
a timer
no.
here, I'd be
No, I'm
stressed
fine.
out, sob pig.
Thank you. I would be too. Timers in games freak me the fuck out at times. Especially in puzzle-solving moments. I had no idea it was such a grand thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Would you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he?
It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
Take a closer look. What's on the inside? It's an openable thing, isn't it? What's on the inside? What's on the inside? There's a little metal plaque here. Look. Fostering bludgeoning talent. Bludgeoning talent. Burgeoning?
Majora's Mask,
Nah.
The Outer Wilds and 12 minutes. Yes, we know LUL.
I've actually never completed Majora's Mask. And I've never even played Outer Wilds. Majora's Mask, I only ever got to like the end of the Gorons area. And that's as far as I got before I was just like, never got back to it. And every time I go back to it and try and play again, I have to start from the beginning. Because the game is very confusing if you just restart from the middle of it. Ocarina of Time, though, I've literally just played like multiple randomizers of it. Because I just love playing randomized Ocarina of Time. It's fun.
Fostering a burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it?
But clearly Mr. Drebber was really a very talented scientist. The forest dungeon. In Majora's Mask, essentially, there's like tons of different like places you need to get to and like do certain like dungeons and levels. The Gorons part is like I can't actually even remember much of what happens in Majora's Mask. Besides the starting area was like with the Deku dudes. The Deku King, the Deku Princess, the monkey. All of that stuff. I remember doing all of that. Then the Goron stuff is afterwards. Meh. Okay. You can also look at this, but it's not much to it. Only the fact that it's very thick. This piece of glass, it's almost as thick as it is wide.
Yes, I've never seen anything quite like it.
If you were to compare it to a human,
I got in
only Mr. Shones would have such thick skin.
Temple, and I didn't even beat it. I beat the water temple before it somehow LUL.
Ocarina of Time, the furthest you got is the forest temple.
Damn boi he the sea.
He's thick. You're not wrong. Ocarina of Time, though, it does get a bit difficult to know where to go with at that point. Because you've got to, like, go down the Kakariko village well at one point. And at the bottom of the well, there's a dungeon. Then there's the Shadow Temple, which you use in Ocarina. You have to get a cutscene from Sheik. She'll teach you a song that'll take you to the Shadow Dungeon, and then you have to fight Bonga Bonga in the Shadow Temple. Forest Temple's not too difficult, I don't think. It's mainly just trying to deal with all the ghosts and then going to the boss. Although the switching of the passageways into different versions, twisting the rooms around can be a bit nauseating and awkward to remember. If you were to compare it to humans, only Mr. Sholmes would have such thick skin. There really is no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from Crystal Tower, surely.
Well.
Yes, I think
Shadow
so,
Temple.
too.
What the fuck is going? She. I thought she ek was a he sabaping.
It could be either, I guess. I always saw Sheik as a she. I'm speaking like this in case you go back to play it again. I think it's worth playing and getting through the entirety of it. Because the Shadow Temple is, I think, maybe the second to last. Yeah, it is. The last temple is the Spirit Temple. Yeah, maybe. The Spirit Temple is the final one where you actually have to go through it with Child Link and Future Link. Which is unique because it goes through like a time kind of puzzles. Like, yeah, it's cool. And at that point, you should have all of the gems in order to get into the Ganon's castle and fight through that, which is technically its own dungeon, and eventually fight Ganon. So you weren't too far away from the ending. About 3 dungeons away if you beat the Forest Dungeon. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made to, especially to meet demands of the great structure. Well, well, well. Nope, nope. Me clicking causes it to like... It's like more that I click and then let go is what causes it to activate. Which sometimes just... I don't mean to have it happen. What on earth is this? It's an aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely through the skies. You beat Ganon without going through his dungeons and the temples? I mean, there's... Ocarina of Time is super fucking glitchified. People have found ways to skip tons of different stuff. I'm not a massive fan of skipping content by glitches. If the content needs to be skipped because it's ridiculous or unnecessary, like grinding stuff, then I'm fine with that. But when it's like just taking out an entire like portion of the game, I've never been a massive fan of speedrunning when that's involved. Is that how the trick will be described, is it?
People
Sorry?
found a way to fight Ganon with Child Link cold face.
I mean, people found out that there is an actual Triforce item within the game. That you could... And, like, the original intention was you were supposed to find pieces of the Triforce around in the world. But then they scrapped that and just went for the medallions. And the 3 stones when you're a kid. 6 medallions when you're an adult. Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Technically, in the game files, And it was supposed to be like a finale kind of thing, but like it was like a thing that they took out. Because collecting the Triforce pieces would mean that Ganon and the other person holding Triforce pieces wouldn't make sense, because you'd have to find them, right? I suppose you'd take... I don't know. I think what they did was good enough.
Oh, well, the model is, yes, a real but a real aeroplane would be actually flying high in the sky.
Well, suspended from somewhere with an even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't stay in mid-air unsupported.
So to you, the only solution is ever taller towers?
Susato, if you keep talking like that, I'm gonna have to report you for witchcraft, and we're gonna be burned at the stake.
This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows
With steel bolts inside.
Do you suppose...
Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow that you turned up at the exhibition grounds. So in other words... Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scene of this whole sham. Interesting.
This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, it looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
There's a specialist locksmith coming on his way over from the yard, so hands off it until he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have my permission, and no one's going to give it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Oh my god, he had a smile on his face.
Well, there's no sound of anybody on the inside. On the other side.
No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Okay, we got the machine and Gregson.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but that machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the ground and from the Crown and the government.
Oh, well, this didn't stop these two. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow.
No loose change dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even a ball for Toby. Here, my dear fella. Not even my bone. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
I think that's just these two, Miss Susato.
Oh.
Something wrong, Miss Susato?
Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina? Did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it all. What do you reckon, Toby?
All right, mind the grease. Dud, dud, dud. Whoever's down there, open up. This is Scotland Yard.
Oh my, someone is in there.
Ah, this rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door.
There, you may enter at will.
You confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the genie that you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Hey. Hey. Oh, there's a bomb. And they're inside the safe, aren't they? But what happened in here? Why is everything upside down?
Rats! There ain't nobody in here after all. But there must be. It was only a moment ago that we heard those noises.
Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away.
Ambe Tublau.
Ambatolubo. Jesus.
But there's one door into this room.
Secret passage, or they're in the safe. And no windows that could afford escape route. Those skylights are too high. You can't possibly walk on top of them. There's clearly no indication that somebody had been stepping up there. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blow me, what do we have here then? Are we all just ignoring the fucking time bomb? Looks like someone's been trying to burn things in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints.
So what? That's Professor Hairbrain's blarmy machine, isn't it? Blimey, if we had these, we would have no need to muck around in trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest in here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? Of what significance is about that? Never mind. The green balloon. Do you not... You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo.
You must investigate this entire room thoroughly, and before the forensics investigation team arrive too.
Yeah, there's a fucking bomb in the middle of the room, guys. Are we not pointing that out? Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of that fact, this is rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a... Ah! Susato, what's the matter?
Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What? What did you say?
A time bomb?
Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? Eh? You're truly one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo-sama. I won't take that as a compliment. You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, although I must confess it's a very similar appearance.
Oh, well, thank goodness. But then what is it?
I see, so that's it.
My goodness, Mr. Sholmes. Have you seen to the heart of this matter?
There are times when I considered my lot most unfair. For I'm fated to never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we have before us. First, there's an inverted nature of the room that
is that of the inverted nature of this furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is that a small device on the floor here is without a question completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything.
It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. I'm fucking gonna kill this boy. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway.
Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly just stand there, Miss Susato.
Oh, yes. I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Mr. Herlock Sholmes proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Let's go. The Great Deduction. Here we go. I have a feeling this bomb was the last thing I should have examined. Flipping furniture. As plain to see in this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down.
When will we get to see her ladyship?
I wonder if the Queen is ever going to be in this.
Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned onto the ceiling,
before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that?
Indeed, the key here is gravity. My God. It would appear as though technology had succeeded in fleeing us from the great pull of the Earth. This stuff is still rising. For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness.
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth of the part the gravity played in this whole business.
I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I too was incredulous at first.
However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one featured in the dream of mine only the other day, in fact.
But then why does it have a clock on it?
A most relevant question indeed.
You can't do this. I'm gonna die. You made gravity. I am gonna fall to my death.
You made gravity. That's a timing device that controls when gravity direction will switch. There was suddenly a requirement for an engineer to be able to restore normal gravity normally. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. As you see, we need to look no further to explain the state of which we found this new room. Plop! The direction of which the gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored normally to an automatic faction sometime later by the timing device. I have witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Because gravity was reversed, yep, that is apparently a logical conclusion. Missing engineer. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer's friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions are above our
Sholmes has
heads.
dreams of the future. He just like me for real.
Yes, how is it possible that these footsteps are all the way on the ceiling? The question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason why the footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Miss Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. Do I actually have the things that they found? No, I don't. However, there was no way into this room. There was one way into this room. Excepting the skylight, that is. Ah! Ooh. By inverting gravity here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently into the ceiling. Make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way.
But the ceiling in here is quite high, Mr. Sholmes. If gravity reversed all of a sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up into the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in this room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring oneself to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling.
Think you're gonna have to reload to an earlier save, since this will progress the story by reversing gravity or some shit.
Oh god, you might be right. It's been a while since I saved though, so automatic saves might get me. But nah. I feel like I can still get everything. I don't think the room would have had too much to it if I could just get straight into this. Which explains how Mr. Drebber was able to escape the room before our arrival. He reversed the pull gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Give me that bomb. Let me pull the strings and chambers and pull the wires. Let's see if I can get this gravity going. And this concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of topsy-turvy puzzle. Fucking reversing gravity.
That's why we always save when we discover a new location, my dear fellow.
You're not wrong, but this whole idea of reversing gravity is stupid. we already discussed that teleportation is stupid, so we're not going to go for reversing gravity. It's possible that there are things where the room itself was upside down at some point, but all the books are neatly stacked. It's just as possible that things were just turned over in order to look for something. Oh, the pupper. Hold on. Oh, I missed it. Oh, damn it. That was me going outside the window. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is...
It's very real. Sholmes said it himself.
Sholmes has been wrong in a lot of his deductions. Although we have to carefully say, well, he's kind of wrong. He just needs to be pushed onto the right path. The thing is such a thing even possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? I would say that a man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century is no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. So yeah, but your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may be. What a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my most enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing of my original. My original was so clumsy. Yes, I had a feeling I'd read it somewhere like that. We must
follow the Sholma Sigma male grind and mindset cool cat.
Miss Susato lent me once.
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, spell's broken at last.
The rope you found on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was! A lonely coil near the wall.
But if Mr. Trevor had used it to escape the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end. I think you'll find due ropes. As there's evidence as such, you need to only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. This argument is as circular as the coils of rope.
I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes a unique little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Hey, look, Sholmes, looks like we do something spectacular. Time to do it again. No, I'm going to do it now. Hold it, Sholmes. I love how the picture has a normal outfit on. It switches over. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. Everything has been pushed over. Only if it was all falling straight down to the floor, which means gravity has been altered. That's all changed, so it goes back down. Gravity has been reversed and suddenly restored to our normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part of gravity played in this part.
I think gravity would have been reversed in the very room. To think it was. I find the old idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation.
But the man himself admitted that it's a scientific impossibility, so...
Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Miss Susato.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
I just figured you'll have to wait for 6 months to have free emotes when you reach affiliate, and you'll also have to think of emotes Saba Ping.
You're not wrong. So free emotes when we reach affiliate, meaning that they're emotes that anyone can use. And, okay. I already got some ideas for them, but that's not here right now, that's there. And I'm definitely, gonna have a good think about it when I have the opportunity.
The great detective said so himself, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes.
I suppose so.
Well, let's try examining the topsy-turvy scene a little more closely. Reveals more proof what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers here, that's for sure.
Ah, look at that!
I know, that slender little vase. Looks like it's about to topple over at any moment, but the flowers are still thriving. Somehow it makes you look at the frailty of life, wouldn't you say?
To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it has made a rather deeper impression on me.
The fact that it's still standing up. But yeah, let's not waste time. Boosh. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you surpassed yourself by completely tuning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one's trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance the furniture in this room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing neatly to attention. Unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's an exception that breaks the rule. In short, as much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
My emote suggestion, Susato head pats because I simp for our dear Madam Starna 7 excited.
That's definitely a cute idea. I could even try to put the head pat on now, but it would move on, sadly. I also don't know the whole deal about animated GIFs, because I think there's animated GIFs only really show up in plugins like Better TV and Filthy Frank things. So I couldn't make it animated, sadly.
Toby head pats.
Toby. Toby head pats. Yeah. The show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now we must know the contrivance is not in fact an antimatter gravity device. There remains only one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here, which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything here was turned upside down was because of that anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned over all of the furniture. So whoever did it must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Is it like the numbers on the chair? I saw that earlier. Look, there's something written on the underside of the armchair. Oh, on the armchair? Fuck. Oh yes, the safe 432582. Safe? As in safe and secure? As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly more likely. Well, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean the number would let us open it?
I am currently being powered by electricity, cool cat.
We all are. Our bodies do actually have a conductive energy inside of them. If you hold on to like you can actually pass electricity through your body and into another. I can't remember exactly what it is. It's not like electrocuting yourself, not actual like live electricity, but more a current where you can actually like connect two wires through your fingertips, or rather foil maybe. I couldn't say actually. I learned about it a very long time ago.
I am being electrocuted right now, lol.
Really? Ugh. The only thing that comes to mind is an electric chair for some reason. Or a metal electric fence. But neither would make sense for why you're watching the stream while doing that. I wonder why it's written there, though. Is that it then? Yeah, he was looking for the code. Which is weird. Yes, the reason why everything here is turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely! I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you have similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year. When I bought a lottery ticket, I noted the ticket number down on the inside of a book, just in case. That's it, for people who are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of some important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? The day when the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in, and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it, for people who are forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where they have noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into. I had to turn my room upside. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe I've proven my point now. Oh, Naruhodo. Which is at the very similar scenario where I'm clearly holding my
wire and lets out electricity when in a power outlet.
Jesus. I think I've only ever gotten like a static shock from fucking trampolines, weirdly enough. Although I've definitely come close to getting just full on electrocuted by a freaking socket. And it could still very much happen to this day.
I don't know how I'm alive.
Because you are a machine, Marco. A cat machine. You demand pets, and thus it satiates your livingness. Which is a very similar scenario, which very much unfolded in this room. Finding myself requiring access to the safe, and the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it down on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgotten which one, leading to the state which we found now in this room. Yes, Mr. Drebber turned over all his furniture here and here, in a desperate hurry to relocate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Ba-ba-ba-ba-booshka. To find the safe combination. Next. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer's friend's name? Aim. Indubitably. The greatest clue we found is above our heads. Yes, we know what you said. It's the nearby skylight.
Well, if the change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there?
Yes, I feel as though that a particular mystery has just become even harder to solve.
I can't think of any other way to explain it at all.
Oh.
Life is so much simpler in those Helcon days when gravity could be reversed.
Picture in black and white and use it as a emote or Halloween profile picture.
You could make yourself into like a werecat. I think that's an actual thing as well. A feline version of a werewolf. That existed in the first place. Oh, wait. In a minute. It was minutes ago. Those halcyon days never existed in the first place.
Fuck no.
Too much of a resemblance to that movie.
I'm gonna be a wizard.
A wizard. Hey. That's actually not a bad idea for like one of those wishes, right? What wish would you get? Would you ask for if you could be granted anything from a genie? Fully accepting his rules. I still hold though that being able to affect probability via mind is ultimately the best wish, because it'll quite literally give you anything you could ever possibly want at any moment and any time. You could accidentally kill yourself, but you could also make it so you never die. So, like, you could just pretend, you could say, it's impossible to find my drawer empty. No, wait. It's
Harry,
completely...
did you put your name in the goblet of fire? Said Dumbledore calmly.
I read about that. The book was like, Harry, did you put your name in the goblet of fire? Dumbledore said calmly. And then in the movie, it's just like, did you put your name in the goblet of fire? As he just runs up to him. But yeah, the probability is 100% to find a potion of eternal youth and immortality within my desk drawer. And there you go. And then also, while you're holding it, there's a 0% chance this could ever kill me. It is 100% safe to drink. There you go. Baba boosh. You just give yourself immortality and forever youthfulness.
I fucking love the Harry Potter movies.
They're pretty good. I don't like how they kind of go in super hard into like the romance stuff. The most interesting thing about the world of Harry Potter is wizardry, the new world, the beyond the human scope of reality. Why completely crash that back down into teenage drama? I always hate it when things do that. Just if you got an interesting world, stick to it. Don't try to like bring human elements to it, because it can get really fucking boring very quickly. And that's very much what I felt when it started pushing into that stuff. That's why the first few movies are really good, because it just focuses solely on the world, magic, creatures, and all that stuff. Everything. It's really cool.
If I became a wizard and had 2 more wishes, I'd wish for immortality and to be good at things I'm bad at.
Immortality is always kind of a scary thing, though, because if you can't die, then if you want to die at some point, it would be impossible. You'd be essentially trapped in a state of consistent hell. Like, what if your head was cut off? Is that possible? Could your head get cut off? If it does get cut off, is it still alive? Technically, it's immortal, right? Your body and your head would be alive, but they would be separated. You wouldn't be able to move your body. What is the you that would be immortal, basically?
I just go insane.
Fair enough. It's just that eventually you would hit the heat death of the universe and you wouldn't die, meaning that you would be forever suffocating in space for all eternity. Then there might be another Big Bang, and then you might have a new crazy universe to explore.
But I already am, so immortality will be a boost.
Fair enough. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes to observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what's getting us into these situations in the first place! Oh, look. There's a shoe. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there. Look.
Oh yes, there's more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there to became large, do you think?
If so, then judging them by the number of footprints must have been thrown up there several times.
Mentally insane.
You have convinced me of that multiple times. We've had multiple conversations that have pushed me to that conclusion. And you're perfectly fine for being that. Don't let nobody ever tell you that you're not insane. Be insane. As far as lost as you can. For it is how you live.
Why would anyone be throwing shoes up there at the ceiling, though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
There's a shoe!
Who wants to be normal?
I know, right? Normal's just the most boring
I want to be
existence
insane.
imaginable. Why do you think that crazy lunatics always end up getting front page news? Always getting publications, explorations, people always delving into what that made them that way is because they are interesting. And I feel like everyone can become insane at some point, or one point in their life or not. The reason why the shoe prints are on the ceiling is because they're of the nearby shoe. And with closer inspection, there's clearly footprints on all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skyline at all, but the balloon.
For what purpose?
A green balloon, That's somewhat familiar data.
Ah! There was a piece of the balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene.
And inside the green balloon that Mr. Gratz claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred. Was the second bird cage the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception?
You mean to say?
If we assume the balloon in here is a mere model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility that something is concealed inside it. Something that is absconded that was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to projectile, namely the shoe.
Ah!
Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by sealing it with a shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became prisoner of those lofty heights.
If we name our serial killers the Reaper of the Day and they keep killing, why don't we name them something like the Poop Killer and lower the killings?
Sadly, I don't think anybody's... I think any kind of publicity for a killer is what they desire, right? They want to be found out and seen for what they do, but they don't want to get caught. Calling them Poop Killer, I don't know. It might be difficult to understand what the hell they're even doing. And it's not like they're gonna come out and be like, hey! You can't call him Poop Killer, he doesn't kill poop. Can't do that. That's mean. What about his family? They don't need to know that he's a poop killer. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became prisoner in the lofty heights.
Oh dear, we desperately need to examine the balloon. Only there were a way to see what was inside.
You may recall that we found this in the room earlier, which I believe can offer a sort of solution.
They're killing people and shitting in their mouth, LUL.
Duke Nukeming it, I think.
Oh, the rope.
To reach a certain destination, what have a better tool than this rope?
Mr. Sholmes managed to bring a deduction back to the rope.
Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just have to throw that rope up to the balloon and then pull it down onto the ground?
Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And it could take us a very long time indeed.
True. We perhaps need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one. Of course we do, don't we? Ow! To reach the intended destination, what better tool to use than a crossbow?
We found this at the scene, in fact.
And in all likelihood, it belongs to Mr. Drebber.
If the man had brought it away with him that day,
He could have avoided losing a shoe
in such a critical time as this.
Well, here we go.
No, Duke would rip their head then should.
You're not wrong. It's time to kick gum and chew ass. And I'm all out of ass. Dick kick 'em. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Anokdaba was hidden inside that balloon? Bam! Bop! Is it a head? I knew it! I was literally gonna say it's a head. What? What the? Waxwork? Indeed it was. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside. What that means.
Just a moment. This is the head of the waxwork model.
I want that
Does
head.
that mean? Oh, goodness!
Gimme.
This is a very interesting head, isn't it?
My paws need it.
I see you've joined the dots, Miss Usato. Excellent. Ah, of course. A headless waxwork model. In the case of an abducted Madame Tuspel's model, that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was! But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle with a sizable account with me. Sizable count with me. This is, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes.
Why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it sans tête earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the wax abductions they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop? Seriously, you're expecting like that was like some big surprise. You don't do an entire random other thing with it not being connected. Waxwork had been entered into the court record.
Emote idea. Cat, me, gets a knight helmet put in its head.
Honestly, that is actually an idea that I had. Remember when we were on Starnack's stream, and he was like, you should make a random marker emote when you get the chance. And I've still got that in my head. A knight marker.
Fuck.
Don't get me wrong, I did actually think of your cat head swallowing a giant helmet. It would look very what's it called? Otherworldly. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? It seems quite possible that he escaped via the skylights. Obviously, the man is still here in this room. What? And the location should be abundantly clear! If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during the abduction. A smile. But honestly, it's obvious. I knew this from the goddamn beginning when I had the creaky door.
That since he made emotes for each of his mods.
If I ever get more mods, I'd probably do the same thing. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the...
He's in the closet.
Is he? Nah, he's in the safe. It would be quite cute for him to be in the closet, but... Silly little gay man, always going in the closet
He's
and
not
whatnot.
gay. Don't put him in jail.
If you need to hide, there's no better place than the wardrobe. I firmly stand by that. Yes, you had some experience with that yourself a year ago, didn't you? We'll find him in there, mark my words. He's curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. In fact, my own hands are trembling just thinking about making the discovery. Never mind, Mr. Naruhodo. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know. You're lying!
Starna7 Pizza Lover 3000 Starna7 Random with phone.
Alright, let's just go straight for it. Meow. Before we gained access to the back room, we heard noises coming from there. Which tells us that the engineer is still in the building at this point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, made no attempt to find the right furniture that he turned over in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed.
There's a mouse.
There is a mouse on our nice little shoulder. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Let me catch him.
Is at this very moment inside the safe. The thing is, like, Iris, the little girl character, her old stick is, like, looking like a mouse in a way. That's what her outfit looks like, anyway. Makes her look like. This concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Inside the safe. You know, safes can be airtight, by the way, so... might already be dead. Just saying, all this deduction might have asphyxiated himself. Or killed himself, who knows. So, Mr. Naruhodo. I think perhaps it's time we ended this little game of hide-and-seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see, the combination was 143252. I knew that! Alright then, here goes.
Him being in a safe reminds me of a movie.
Oh. You found me! Oh my god, he's doing the freaking Star Wars. Oh my god, he's a robot! Holy shit! Holy shit, dude! Whoa!
I think it was
What
called
the
Now
fuck?
You See Me or something.
Okay, dude, holy shit, those moves. Holy shit. That isolation movement. Ugh. Good God. Right then. So, Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. God, he's really got the robotic movement down pat, doesn't he?
Why is he so hot?
Why is he so hot? I'm sure every girl is fangirling over this man. I think it's because of the suit, long white hair, impressive chin. That's pretty much all you need. He's also got like the depressive look to him, which kind of like adds to the angst thing. I'm not gonna do a robot voice, I don't think. I could, I guess. Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with the bogus machine you built.
And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspel's as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate?
A parcel?
The eye is really getting to me, same as the depressing look and the robusy.
Ah! God damn it. I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. Ah! Ha! 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 I see. Stunned silence. I think I'll go for more robotic voice. Oh my goodness. You are all gearing up to die with me,
I just
then.
noticed, look at this suit.
Hell yeah. Look at it. I like how it's kind of got like the rib cage kind of look to it as well. A lot of, you know what? That's another thing.
It's like
Shit ton of leather belts. Oh, you're not wrong. Yeah, you're right. Plus and negative and such. Oh my god. This fucking dude. I actually really like this design. I'm glad he's not like just murdered or anything, because it felt like it was going to that point.
No!
Well, just throw it out the window.
Mr. Sholmes, we only have 7 seconds to spare. With only 7 seconds to spare.
That was too close to comfort. I've only got 1 foot in the grave already. I try to help the killer get us killed.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a
Trevor
close
is my uncle.
shave. Trevor is your uncle. Hey, if that's what you want, you're gonna have to tell everyone about that. Take a picture of him as well, because I have a highly doubt you're gonna be able to show people exactly who you're talking about. Robotic butler boy in a cool suit. I don't think he's an actual robot, by the way. He's just performing. The resemblance of an anti-gravity device is quite startling, I must say.
New lore.
Make sure he gets it down in the book.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist.
I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. I love this music as well. Look at that. Look at this dude. Alright, buddy. We gotta talk. What happened here? What on earth happened here? You've bound me, haven't you? You need not screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, we've been getting a lot through it. We've been going through it over and over. Going over. Don't you worry, Drebber. Oh my god. We'll be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That is not expecting. I was not expecting. When I heard the whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
Whistling?
Ah, that would have been me.
Oh.
For some reason, I woke a fine kettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination to the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember which piece of furniture I'd written down. We've also found a rope on the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly, the rope was too short. So then, I set upon searching for the combination code to open the safe. The burning, the incriminating proof, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to receive the head of the balloon amongst the rafters.
Wait, what voice do you use for Van Zykes? I think I got an idea for a voice you could use for my uncle.
The voice was like, "You cannot. The prosecution rests, your lord. I cannot deal with this." What, do you think something like that is more in tune with this character? I suppose I could do that voice, but more robotic. "You will not accept this. I will not give in to it." And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police.
I'm thinking a fancy depressed man for Trevor.
Fancy depressed. I had no oh my god, that's actually not bad. I had no intention of being defeated by the police. You must forgive me. I just simply cannot accept that. You have doomed me. My name is Enoch Drebber. I am a depressing boy. Quite robotic, mind you.
Perfect.
Nice. Right. The time bomb. Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right next to a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specifically designed to a dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Haha, clever words. Precisely.
But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again.
I invite you all to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I always intended to blow this place to smithereens.
Him just like the fridge
in any
protected
case.
Indiana Jones from the atom bomb. LUL.
That's exactly what I was thinking about. Which makes no sense. That's also a thing that shows up in Heavy Rain as well. Where Madison just gets inside a fridge and when the apartment explodes. She just gets in and just somehow manages to get out through that. Fridges apparently can save you from bombs. Which makes no sense. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run you see? When they see a ticking bomb at their feet.
Ah,
I calculated the time required for a retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works.
He makes so much screw and cog jokes. I'm glad I choose him as my uncle.
You're not wrong. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face? Besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I feel like ears aren't on your face, to the side of your head. But, I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the 2 incidents that you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. There is no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in mask and lock-in so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection, but... Oh... Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. After all...
that's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're well aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here.
Yes, well... It's Dr. Scythe again. So the forensics investigations team is here.
And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer to access him?
She is apparently a mother as well. She's got a daughter, surprisingly, so... She's definitely got the cold stare of, she's essentially like a female version of Van Zieks in a way.
If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished.
Mm-hmm.
You lot, leave at once.
My dear madam, there's no need for such threatening tone, I assure you. After all, there's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe?
Hello, Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? If it's protecting the machine next door, then that's causing such a sour expression on your faces. You're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out.
Van Zieks, I found a perfect woman for you.
Be careful, we don't know if they're related or not. They probably are, considering how many characters look very similar. Lord Van Zieks, Lord Strongheart, this woman, Dr. Scythe. She's a mortician, by the way, so you're going to have to deal with a lot of dead bodies with her. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes... Let us leave this place, the doctor's capable hands.
I said get out. Now. All of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson.
Well, I've just lost my fucking job. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head out. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place. And the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set here,
But Van Zieks
and
feel
this
so.
lot,
They
that
kind
this
of
lot
fit
disarmed. Kinda, but it's debatable whether he kills, right? Because he said that it's just a rumor. But my guess is that someone's killing while Van Zieks is like, in order to pull Van Zieks up as like a threatening force, right? So Van Zieks isn't issuing any kind of killing or anything like that. It's just someone else's. And he probably knows, but let's get further into it. Inspector. Oh no! Something giving you the chuckles of it, Drebber. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Gina? Yes, you disarmed that one.
Huh? What are you... That one? You mean...
Oh no. Oh. Is this... Oh my goodness. There... Oh my. Oh no. Well, that's not what I expected. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Wow. Woo. Oh boy.
And Botublow.
Ooh. That was quite an ending. Well, might as well save here. So, that'll probably be it for today. We've hit the 4th hour, and we're about to start trial again. Let's get some music. There we go. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, so... Holy crap, did we just meet one of the cooler characters? Jeez,
Quite
I hope...
predicament that has occurred.
Yeah, I was actually, like, I was worried that the bomb was actually in, like, a public area, and he was just taking out a shit ton of people. As soon while to cause as big of a distraction as possible. I don't know, like, Jesus Christ, that, like, the fact that I could hear the surrounding people walking around or, like, chatting, that instantly was like, holy shit, is this a terrorist attack or something? But we're definitely gonna have to get to the end of this trial next time. But man, this got very interesting very quick, didn't it? Well, I'll have to leave that for next Wednesday. Tuesday will most likely be something else.
What do you think he is, Bane from the Batman movies?
Bane. I think, ultimately, he's pissed off that the entire story he saw, his witness account was completely thrown out, and essentially he was completely forgotten for what he saw.
Fucking, nobody knew who I was till I put on the mask.
Possibly. He might actually have that kind of deal going on with him. I didn't mean to progress. I wanted to like get into the court record. He's definitely like one of the most interesting characters so far. I really like his design and everything about him. And I just hope that he actually shows up more in the next few cases. But I have a feeling that he won't. He's probably going to be the main culprit. If not, then possibly someone else was. Maybe the investigation team. And it's also nice to see that Gregson actually did, like, full-on notice how... Just point out that if we hadn't been there, the entire scene would have been completely destroyed anyway. Nevertheless, let's go back to the title. No, don't save. There we go. Alright, so that was the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Part 3 of the Fed case.
That was so Sigma of Gregson.
It was pretty awesome. And since like the entire rest of the game that we've been through, he's been pretty like cold with us. Especially in the first game as well. But I suppose since he's like going off to France, he's kind of just like less accepting of these new things. I suppose I could. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. Bye-bye.